What up, Nick? We're gonna see if all this explodes. I ran Dynalod and stuff uh, earlier today with all the 3D tree lods and stuff. There were some errors in Dynalod when it ran. We're gonna see what happens. Grass included this time. It requires restart. Bro, did you see those stupid ass skins they got? They got the gun girl skin and they got turning a gun into a fucking bong. What the hell is Call of Duty anymore, man? I know you bought every one of them. I know you. Your ass running around Nicki Minaj hitting bongs and throwing up anime fucking hollow dances. I know you. What up, Adam? New file just in case. How you doing, Kyle? Grass cache was run. Dynalod with all 3D models for all of our trees included. I probably did something wrong. There's a chance everything dies. Or just doesn't work. Oh, wait. The E&B is not turned on. I was like, why is it so dark? That's alright. I'll let it go through its thing here and load everything up, and then we can put the E&B back in its place. Listen, the fact that Skyrim isn't running on a smart toaster yet. Unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. Counting down the minutes till the weekend. Almost there. Hanging in there as best I can. God tier grip strength. Right in the middle of Jeff and I casting this week's Nova War Says, which is a bit of a weird one. My doctor called. And it was right after Jeff and I had gotten finished talking about, like, medical-related memes. I was like, what in the fuck? What are the odds? That being said, my MRI was clear except to confirm that what we already knew about my SI joint area, which is I got a bit of a fusion there and some arthritis. Otherwise, everything checks out. All right. So this is going to look real weird until we get the E&B back on, but... It'll also run like butter. So there's that. God, everything's so dim. Gotta make room for the E&B light. There. The rest can load in and then we'll... get her going. Oh no, really, Adam? Good call. You could always just get like a really good one at home and then bring it with you. Like the actual copy. Oh god. The new Indiana Jones game? Really putting the screws to NVIDIA cards. Anything 8 gig cards are like basically dead in the water. You can't go above like medium. You can't go above medium textures at 1080p. Yikes! What up, Fox? What's the news today? Well, I have to restart the game here because I forgot to put the E and B back in the folder. We're just waiting for the stuff to load in. But I ran all the grass caching and put the 3D tree log files in place for Dynalon. All of that to say that theoretically, although there were a bunch of errors, certain types of errors, we should have a much more complete distant LOD than we did yesterday. But I think the grass might be fucked. Or at least a good chunk of it. And so, we'll wait and see. Did I watch the Gamers Nexus video, the NZXT one? I did! Well, which, is there a new one, or is it, are you talking about the one from a couple days ago? Yeah, I watched the expose. I mean, I already wasn't a big NZXT fan for years because they've been getting worse and worse. But that shit's a whole new low. That's brutal. That's, you know, that's class action territory. I would say. Oh, would you look at that? After that dude got offed in the street, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield suddenly calls off the decision to cap anesthesia for surgical patients. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, God. Boy. Okay, are we okay yet? Okay. Uh, it might be that some of the download settings that were selected, or the yeah. Well, I can think of maybe one or two that might be doing it. Hmm. Um. Oh, I wonder. What was I gonna say about Gamers Nexus? Yeah, I mean that's that's it's not surprising, but the thing I was probably going to say was Tech Jesus is going to be a real fucking menace here pretty soon. All this investigative journalism. Wait, why is the folder? I see. I can't remember if I have to have that. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. It's quite possible that I went a little overboard. Or there's a setting awry. I'm magical, Datbeard. How are you? Trying to figure out if... What, babe? Yeah, okay, one sec, just leave it. Yeah, it's because, I'm pretty certain it's because of, there's a couple of settings. Well, I ran grass cache, and there's a good chance that it is, literally attempting to load all grass, everywhere, all at once. And I mean all. Like, globally.
I've been looking. Looks like that's it. Sure I am. We got some furs and tree branches, paint them white, and then tie them to stone. Instant frostbite.
I just need to get out to a, to the look off here over top of Whiterun. A League of Legends physical card game. I mean, you know, trading card games, so hot right now. What are you doing, love? Yeah, M dropped something upstairs. She's fine. Right. So, good chance I just went overkill unknowingly in Dindalod. But, it's definitely loading in a lot of shit. Okay, but the question is which settings? Because the settings, other than having 3D LODs now, for many of the trees, the grass is the biggest, would be the biggest contributing factor. Oh, this is gonna, the game might even just crash trying to go over here. Oh. A boy. I don't know, I think 20 FPS is fine. Our eyes can't see any more than 20 FPS anyway, so. There were a number of grass records that didn't want to play nice with Dindalod. I mean, that's not what's causing the frame drops. And there were some other errors as well. But this still feels a little overkill on the performance drop for what is going on here, so need to try to consider what might be A million individual invisible stone pellets? No. Let me see. True 15 FPS, yes. Let me think. Hmm. Want to ask Chat GPT what you did wrong? Well, I mean, I've used it to uh to ask about what some of the settings even do to get an idea. There are definitely one or two settings in there that I could foresee being a not a problem, but like a heavier. Um, I'm wondering. I'm wondering if. Hmm. I'm wondering. I do feel like it's grass related. I did have an issue similar to this when I last ran Dindalod ages and ages and ages ago. And that's what makes me think it's probably grass. Um, I think I'm misunderstanding when or like what settings to leave after Dindalod stuff has been generated, like what needs to be still running, what shouldn't be run. Uh, but I'm uncertain. There are other options too, like there are other options for the 3D LODs that are more like of a hybrid nature where you're doing billboards from really far away, but then you get a 3D LOD partially approaching it so that the transitions are not as obvious. Um, but I just wanted to experiment with 3D LODs in general first, and really grass cache. well, a lot of the performances I can see were just overshooting VRAM. And so, that's where the frame rate is dropping off so bad, is a lot of it's just VRAM. Which could be, could just be the grass, could be 3D LODs, could be both. So right now I'm just looking to see if the transitions are actually matching the trees in the first place. Like if there's even matched meshes. Before I go mess with a bunch of other stuff, if there's anything else I need to change. The other place I need to go check specifically, because I know the 3D LODs or hybrid LODs were a little harder to figure out exactly the settings, is the Aspens and the Rift. Oh boy, the frame rate out here is gonna be real down bad. Oh boy. I'm scared. It's gonna be tough out here in these streets. Woof. Yep. Eventually the VRAM just does not, there is not enough VRAM to run that up. So, man, I wish. Um, hmm. How can I debug this? It's a lot of VRAM. That's step one. I just don't know if it's because I mishandled the grass cache, or if it's just, or if it's more likely just because the 3D lots for trees is too much VRAM. Just way too much. Um, I feel like that's the more likely scenario. Oh, yeah, okay. The Dynalot output was 49 gigs. Jesus Christ. We gotta work on that. Alright. Time to set this up again and then we'll play some Pokemon while it's running. Because a 49 gig Dynalod folder is a freaking meme. Game Awards next Friday. We doing bingo card? Hell yeah, brother. 100%. What's the normal size bingo card so nobody can complain? That's a great question. Uh, 25 things? 5x5 board? Alright, give me a second to take a look at this before I can give you brain power. Hmm. I don't know where we can save a whole bunch of performance here. Other than maybe, like, other than if our rules in here are just, we're asking for too much. Oh, we were talking about that before you showed up, Vox. It's a friggin' meme. The Animu sniper? Oh, the one with like the little like anime chick sitting on the side of the fucking gun? I mean, my god, dude. How high were the friggin' team when they were coming up with this shit? Like the thing is, there's just nothing about this that's like stands out. That's like, oh yeah, no, the things are disabled that need to be disabled this time. I'm just trying to figure out like, I don't know, man. Oh, man. It's so bad. Reduce the density to 10%. You'll see the difference. Another atom in chat. We're inundated with atoms. $10% on grass lawn. So, because we're using grass cache, obviously, so it's all loading from a file instead of being generated. So, and then we're setting, obviously in no grass and options, we're setting the distance in which, Dindalod would be taking over, presumably, from just straight loading it from file before filling it in with, LOD files. But 10%, dear God. That's about as much hair as left on my head. That being said, 100 was probably a big contributing factor to being overboard with VRAM usage. However, oh my God. I still feel like I want to move away from doing like 3D LODs the whole way out, and do like level 0 up front, and then 4 and 4 for billboards. I have to assume a level 4, like billboard 4 is probably fine at extreme distances. Let's see. I still feel like I want to try to do 20%. We'll back her off one bit at a time here. We're going down from 100 down to 20. And billboards. And what is the... Should I delete? I friggin' closed out the, my other tabs. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. So we're using complex grass, which uses twice the count, like poly count, as regular grass. And so, uh, obviously, grass density dramatically ramps up draw calls and everything else. So you got to be careful with that. So, like 50% with complex grass is the equivalent to 100% regular grass as a starter. From a performance perspective. So I guess let's try this for now. And then, I mean, this is just going to be a process. There's not much else to say about it. There are errors that were being thrown in Dynalot about grass and stuff. Some of the grass models not being properly, like the files not being properly handled. They need to be manually edited in Xedit. But for now, I'd rather just focus on trying to get this in a decent spot, and then I can worry about being real fucking specific later on. All right. Quite a yawn, babe. Okay, so to start the day, what do we got? Like one pack? With another one in 50 minutes? Flip it. Spin it. Where is it? Man, I swear to God, I'm going to get this someday. But it's always like one or two off. Like so consistently. Oh boy! Another Charizard! Sadly, not a gold Charizard. The only gold card left. Look, it's not nothing. I mean, it's better, but I've got. I mean, listen. EX Charizard, that's great, right? I have 3 of them now. Plus 2 base Charizards, plus fucking full art EX, plus gold. I am swimming in Charizards. That's true. It'll be good for trading later, I suppose. That's true. Okay. What do we got in here? Wow. Holy shit. That might be the saddest. Check your full arts? Yeah, I might, no, not display boards. I might have to check to see if I've not added a couple too. One sec. I'm eventually gonna pick the right one. Nope, they're all in. So what are you hoping to see here? Kangaskhan? Yeah, I've got one. I need, well, I don't really need, but I like one more. Path of Exile, mere hours away. Naily! By the way, sorry, 4 minutes ago. Welcome back, sir. Oh lord, are we now on detailing each blade of grass to have their own chlorophyll counts? With the frame rate I just had earlier, you would think that we were generating every single friggin' cell of every blade of grass. No, we're just setting up distant LOD, custom distant LOD, which is just an unfortunately bit of a, like, you just kind of have to experiment a bit. And it just takes forever to friggin' generate. That's kind of the problem. Oh. Oh, I see. I didn't even know there was a full art Kangaskhan. To be honest. But yeah, it's just, yeah, we're generating distant LOD stuff now, and I didn't really necessarily need to right now, but I wanted to get a handle of the process. And see what kind of performance we're able to achieve before I continue on. Yes, growing grass in real time. What are you up to, Naily? What have you been playing? I just grabbed one out. I was still recording a video when you asked me, babe. You're you're lucky if you got it at all. Did you not open it yet? Did you not open it? Babe, you're a mess. This might be frozen. Possibly. Wow. All right. We'll talk Game Award stuff while this is running. 25 Game Awards related things. Oh boy. Well, we know that Snoop Dogg is going to be there this year. We found that out today. So let's add a square for Snoop Dogg mentions weed. World premiere has to be, the world premiere voice has to be there. It's a running gag, but we have to go with it. Todd Howard is seen in a bomber jacket. Classic game remake / remaster announced. Somebody swears on stage. Hideo Kojima makes an appearance. Epic flute guy carries the band. Yeah, I was gonna say we have to have a stage invasion as a possibility. Uh, Speech cut short. Oh, a wrap it up. Yeah, let's go for a wrap it up. Let's see. Hmm. Oh, I mean, yeah, another classic we have to include. Game Pass Sizzle Reel. We gotta have a couple of like out in left field, like possible big memes. Xbox handheld announcement. AI game announced. I don't think it would ever be at the Game Awards. Um, WoW on Game Pass. I feel like they'd announce that. I feel like they wouldn't announce that at the Game Awards. They'd probably make that like a BlizzCon thing or some other random. That would be a huge move, though. I mean, if that game prints money, it would be very weird of them to put it on Game Pass. But I mean, fuck. I mean, at this point, who fucking knows? A GTA 6 release date? Oh shit, that's a good one. Put that on there. I don't think it's gonna happen because I think it's to 2026, but they could commit to a 2026 release date. Yes, love. Yeah, one sec. All right, one sec, guys. We're back. I'm back. Uh, hmm. Let's go with developer diary that says absolutely nothing. So like useless developer diary. Those seem to be relatively common. Trailer with no gameplay. Game announced that's further than 2 years away. Or at least 2 years away. 2 years or more. 2 years or more. Oh, scripted voice comms. Good one. Oh, how do I word this? Jeff Keighley tries to justify DLC being in Game of the Year. Jeff Keighley reminds everyone he doesn't pick the games. Those are two. Hmm. Random celebrity appearance other than Snoop Dogg, because we know about Snoop Dogg. Available now. Like surprise, a ghost drop. A ghost drop. Just surprise announcement available now. Ha! Mobile game of a beloved franchise. That's a good one. I have to add it because I called it even before the game was announced. I said if Astrobot or a sequel, that bitch, as soon as that shit comes out, it's game of the year. So I have to put Astrobot game of the year. Next week, Abs. Next Friday. What's up, Abs? Oh, very good, Naily. Let's see. How many left? What have we got left? Three left? Blue-haired female developer on camera. That might be too easy, Naily. Pink? No, not today. Oh, it's gotta be blue. It's gotta be, because there's something about, there's something about blue. They're just, it's just a fucking, it's a choice. We're going all the way left field. Bloodborne remaster or remake announcement. We gotta throw in a pipe bomb. Over under on world premiere 7.5. Yeah, Bloodborne announcement. A whole new epic journey. Alright, one more? Oh, man. Let's make it a good one. Switch 2. Shown off. Yeah, that's the one. We see Dwayne The Rock Johnson for some reason. Nah, he's too expensive. Yes. By the way, Korean guy, you guys are welcome for your yearly Christmas tree. The Halifax to Boston Christmas tree exchange. Apparently, the Boston tree went up today. A 10th anniversary exclusive. Is this the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards? No shot. Really? Wow. Holy shit. I had it in my head that they started in like 2016. 2014. Fucking hell, dude. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, coincidentally, 2014 was the last time that I actually played Skyrim. So, oh, was it really on the 5th of December in 2014? Do you remember the 5th of December? I love how mobile gaming has just become one giant shovel full of anime. Like, just endless anime memes. What's the... Is this the game that Eos was trying to shill? Nah, this can't be it. I think this is BlueStacks, like, specific. Oh my god. For you degens that want to run 4 instances of your gacha games at the same time. Oh, they just outright have a PC version, eh? Raid Shadow Legends! So much gacha. Oh my god. Ayo, what? BlueStacks exclusive. This face freaks me right the fuck out. What in the fuck am I even looking at? A role-playing game. Really? Huh? Titty physics. What am I looking at? Oh my god. That might have been one of the worst trailers I've ever seen. Legend City. What in the AI fuckery am I looking at? Oh my god. Wowzers. Bless Fox. Man, mobile gaming is still kind of in a down bad friggin' situation, isn't it? A little haggard out here in these streets. My god. Sounds good, Fox. I like how you put warp it up because you misspelled it in chat, so you doubled down on it. At least I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that that's why. Whoa. Excuse me. Oh, that is the one he was suggesting. So this was the game that he was shilling. The PC client comes out On the 5th, it's basically XCOM with waifus. And each waifu is a human version of a gun. Incredible. Truly spectacular. Next week's sponsor? No, you do not. We already have XCOM with waifus called Valkyrie Chronicles. That's actually super true. That felt like a really short trailer. Immersive interaction. Form a covenant with your dolls. That might be the scariest fucking sentence. Alright, where are we at? We're still in Solstheim, waiting for Lod Gen, generating object Lod. Ah. Very good. We're on to the object Lod for Tamriel now. Because people are weird. Aeolus. Lonely. Gooner. Double Magmar, no Blaine. One Charizard. Incredible. Oh, really, Abs? What are you trying to claim? Twitch Prime free games? Ah, yeah. Free 99. I feel that. You're a mess. You're a mess. Oh, we actually get a Blaine. It's Beyblade. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is fine. Well, it's not really fine. Uh... Oh, right, Necromunda. Yeah. Kevin Costner had a stash? The 80s stash? Wait, what? For some weird reason, I had this song from American Flyers playing in my head all morning. Yeah, the stash is real. For sure. Mustaches are making a comeback, but not like the 80s stash. Like, there's a lot of guys doing like this, like thinned out pencil, like, situation. Not entirely sure how I feel about it. I love how Pokemon spent 20 plus years trying to add a dynamic gameplay element to this card game, and this is where we've ended up. Yeah, like an even more simplified version of it. Good night, sweet prince. I showed you my stash. Please respawn. Ugh. 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 Flip it. For fuck's sakes. Doing this on a... Oh my god. Why? Dog shit. Oh, yeah! We did it, boys! Pog, Gold Charizard. Flip it. Spin it. Reverse rip. Gold Charizard. There it is right there. Possibly the worst pack ever opened. No, I'm gonna say that's the worst pack ever conceived. Unironically, the worst of all time. One third is gambling, 2/3 is helper. Hey, like 1,000th Greninja. How you doing, picnic? Woo! Are you gonna talk about Riot releasing the League of Legends card game? One day I'll jump in when Skyrim is being played and it will be a great day. Ah, I'm sorry, Shadows. Yesterday would have been a good one. Yesterday or the day before. We were running around in Skyrim quite a bit. But right now we are, unfortunately staring at Dindalod generating distant lands and objects. So we're Pokemonning out of our minds. Whilst that runs. And I still feel like we're gonna load it up when this is done and it's gonna still run, like, just atrociously. With the amount of trees that we have, we might very well just be stuck with, like, straight up billboards, not 3D trees. Seeing you take on this behemoth of a mod pack has made me pick up the controller once again. Ah! So what have you been playing some Skyrim on the side? Or what have you been, weaponizing the controller for? Rewrite the renderer and improve the culling? Actually, Dindalod's, culling is quite advanced and quite good. I just don't know what I'm doing. Which is evident. No, I actually just think the problem that we have more than anything is that we're running such a heavy VRAM heavy list. Like so many 4K assets for textures. And it's it's not leaving us any headroom for 3D 3D LODs. Survival mode on master difficulty. Dear good God in heaven. My rinky-dink PC can't handle much modding? Well, I mean, if you remove the E and B and just played it, no, I mean, it's really not. I did think about that at some point, if I want to, you know, also put together like a really performance-friendly list. You could do that too. But first I have to do the really dumb one, this over the top. Should we give Marvel Rivals a go? I don't know. Do we? I haven't really been keeping up with it. In terms of like looking at how it's coming along or anything. I'm not entirely sure. Like I know it's coming out this weekend, but ugh. Panda? Jesus Christ. Warzone ranked. I ain't touching that game with a 500-foot pole until they at least get hit registration figured the fuck out. $100 from Panda. God damn. I'll double it if you complete modding Skyrim before 4.0 goes live in Star Citizen. Oh, that gives me what, like 2 years? When does 4.0? What's our estimate on 4.0? 3 years? 4 years? 6 years? I think I got some time. 4.0 is next week? Oh, shit! Nah. I don't think I'm that good. A lot of what's left is kind of time-consuming bullshit like this where you're just sitting around. I literally don't think there's enough hours in the day for me to get it done. If I can figure out the distant land stuff here pretty reasonably and whatnot, we can get into patching and shit, and you know, and things go relatively smoothly in the towns, which I don't, the only town that I'm worried about slowing us down dramatically, or two of them, well, one more than anything, and the other one maybe not as much. Riften. The outside of Riften scares me a little bit. Inside Riften's fine. Winterhold, or not Winterhold, or well, yeah, Winterhold, actually. Yes, Winterhold. Scares me a little bit. Especially if we're going to update the college of Winterhold, which we haven't yet. Otherwise, oh my. Otherwise, Dragon Bridge, maybe. No, Dragon Bridge is not going to be bad. Solitude. outside of Solitude might take a little work. But generally speaking, you know, the towns are mostly get the plugin order right, and then there will be some minor object removal and moving. But I don't, you know, they're not the Windhelm project. Like a lot of the small towns like Rorikstead and stuff are actually legitimately between 5 and 10 houses. Is there a video plan for this once it's all done? Something along the lines of Skyrim with 1,000 mods? It is quite favorable in the algorithm, it's true. I'm sure, well, I mean, I do, once I'm finished this list, I do plan on actually playing through. And so, you know, there will be video content for it for sure. And I might, you know, I could do like, yeah, I could do a showcase. I could do like the meme showcase like everyone does where you're walking slowly through the friggin' woods. Because your frame rate would be dog shit if you were doing anything other than walking. But I appreciate that, Panda. Thank you very much, brother. And while I cannot promise that it will be done that quickly, I'm relatively confident that, you know, the last bits of this are going to go pretty smoothly. Like this shit is the most finicky of all of the shit. Like this kind of fuckery, it's crazy finicky. It takes forever, as you can see. Like we're an hour in, and where are we? We're finally in Tamriel. So I did update Dindalod and everything as well because there was an update for it. All that stuff got fixed up. Maybe it runs a little faster this time. But I doubt it. I suspect it'll still take like another fucking 2 hours. Unfortunately. Can I say something about this Pokemon's game though? It feels like it's missing something. I don't know what, but it feels like it's missing something. Probably snipers. Lol. Not an ideal start, alright. Oh my god. Double Kangaskhan. Really? Oh boy. I don't know how we're making it out of this one, lads. Oh, for fuck. Okay, thank God. No. I don't know about a ranked ladder. Eh. I mean, I'm sure lots of people want ranked, but I mean, I'm talking more about a gameplay perspective. And you know what? I just don't even know how to describe what it might be that I'd be looking for. It's just a feeling. It's missing some oomph. I feel like maybe part of it is, but at the same time, like I get why they did it the way they did it. And part of it might be just, you know, the deck size is really small, and so it just feels like a lot of the games play the exact same. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of variability in how games play out, and so you feel like a lot of times it feels like you're playing the same match over and over and over and over again. Nice, got the haunter. Let's go. Time to randomly put together a Gengar deck. Finally pulled the full art Charmander. Let's go. Yeah, was that the one that took forever for me too? I think it was the last one I got too. Full art Charmander. Hold up. I thought I had two Gengar EXs. Am I crazy? I am crazy. Why did I think I had two? I'm cooked. Oh, fucking word? It's done? Alright, now, is Shadow still here? He might have locked out if he was patient. Now, well, he might not have locked out because we could load the game up and it could be like 3 FPS. Honestly, I think steel decks are kind of being slept on despite the fact there's only like a couple of cards. You know what? Don't worry about the zip file, bro. I got you. Don't worry about it. I can't remember if I need to keep this on or not. Okay. Dashu! Welcome back. 55 months. Go, pack, go. Got it on the 30. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I appreciate the resub. Went back for a couple hours to see what I missed, and brother, there's a lot of trees in the... Yes. So they look like a lot from up on the hill, too. But in reality, Tundra does actually have, trees on it. It's just in the game, they were trying to give you a big view, sweeping view, whatever the fuck and whatnot. The grass mod, or the tree mod I chose to fill the tundra out a little bit. It's not as dense as a forest, but it does add a number of pine trees specifically, which is what you would see in a tundra. And you'll also notice that very few of them are, well, you will if I get into the game, it doesn't run like shit, are short. They're not like full-blown pines, or not very many of them are. And that's also indicative of a tundra. It's also done in such a way that it doesn't necessarily remove your ability to enjoy the mountains in the background and whatnot, which is nice. But part of what I'm trying to accomplish with with a lot of the visuals with trees is to cut down on sight lines, because there's a lot of sight lines that exist in Skyrim in vanilla that, if on modern machines, even weaker modern machines, you can see basically from one end of the map to the other, and it makes the game feel a lot smaller, because Skyrim is actually inherently smaller than, let's say, Morrowind. But if you cut the sight lines down, it makes you feel like you're in a bigger game map. And so that was kind of the idea. Now, we're using 3D LODs with the trees, which is why the frame rate, and the grass, which is why the frame rate tanked out. If I use billboards, so just like standard LODs, we get pretty good performance in general. And if you look at the VOD from the other day, you'll see us going through the woods. If you want to see what dense trees look like. Woo! Spicy! I don't know if I should start a new game with this or not. Good question. See, Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions are footballing it out right now as two of the top teams in the NFL, 11-1 versus 9-3. Oh, 24-21 Lions, and Green Bay is knocking on the door of a score. Oh boy. Oh boy. Three hours later. We can try continue, and then we might have to just boot up a new file. Okay, that is way higher frame rates than we had last time. And about the same frame rates we had with billboards going through this area before. In and around 43 to 50 on the outskirts here of Riften. However, now we get to assess what we're actually looking at here. I would say that generally speaking, the billboards are doing okay for brightness. It's really hard to like get billboards to look like they're being lit properly without overdoing it in some areas. We're definitely lower frame rate over here than with 3D LODs. No two ways around that. We've lost probably 10 frames, I would say. It's not draw calls doing it. I think it's probably mostly a VRAM and shadow drawing kind of a situation. Aspens Ablaze as well are a bit of a special case. They do have a different file that I might use. That's a bit more performant. That I might be able to get away with using to make the transitions better. Because I think for the sake of performance, it might be a good idea to try a 3D LOD at LOD level 4, which is like the closest before it renders a full object, and then do billboard 4 and then billboard 1 at the furthest distance. Because with the amount of tree density that we have, I think we can probably get away with that, and it won't be, like, incredibly obvious. Everyone just getting hammered out here on the road. Yeah, because we're gonna, like, out here is, like, we're just at the... We're dropping further and further down the frame rate ladder. We're down into the 30. And honestly, so here we are here, and you can see, like, out across from us, there, out in the distance, is, technically a 3D log. Might be billboard 4. And you can see how they're not perfect matches either. You've seen them come in the frame. But, yeah, it'll be a challenge otherwise. I mean, this looks fucking crazy. I mean, don't get it twisted, but that's part of the problem, is we've got to make our concessions at some point, you know? Depending on what kind of frame rate we're really looking to get our hands on here. See, like, those were horrible transitions on those Aspens, but I think that's probably by nature of... by nature of, the 3D LOD files that I have. But this is why, you know, when you get a lot of big lists and stuff, you'll end up in situations where people are using DLSS, because if they can target 30 FPS, then they can get technically 60 FPS with frame gen. I know I read something about the flickering LOD transitions too, but I can't remember. What it was about. There's probably a good spot. The usual spot over in Rorikstead. Now I go outside there, I'll be able to get an idea of what our grass is like, and whether or not we can dial it back even further. As far as, the lods are concerned, like in terms of density. I'm locked in here with the horse again. Oh. Out here in the sub 30 FPSville in absolute shambles. Yeah, that aspen tree is not even a remotely close transition. Is the mist native or, additional? The mist, oh, like, way out the background? So that's a mixture of stuff. That would be the, I mean, typical, mountain fog that is native to the game. Then there's, the weather mod has a certain amount of addition, to that. And then, there's also, the weather mod has the ability, and E&B has the ability to mess with, oh my god, my brain. Volumetric light. Or volumetrics. So, you can, for example, like, you know, in real life, if you were to go out and look off into the distance, there's the things get a little, like, quote-unquote, a little foggier as things get out further and further from you on average. So that kind of thing can be mimicked a bit as well with volumetrics. Which, for this specific weather, I've spent a reasonable amount of time tweaking it to, try to mimic that. Yeah. So it's a little bit of vanilla, a little bit of, like, you know, exaggerated vanilla because of additional mods. And then some actual additional stuff on top of that. Floating tree, unacceptable. Immersion ruined. So right now I'm just walking around, I'm looking at the LODs, I'm seeing which ones seem to be having good transitions, meaning like how smooth the transition is from being a LOD to a fully drawn model. Which ones might be bad? The Aspens are terrible, so we for sure need to look at that. But we're also, I think the next run that I do is going to be all billboards or 3D LOD and then billboard. But you can kind of, okay, so this is a great example here, right? Of what I'm trying to achieve here. And if you played enough Skyrim, you might even know where I'm standing. But you see how there's really, I mean, until you get way out in the distance where there's an actual forest, there's not that many trees on screen right now. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's like 15 trees at most. But because of where they are, and the size of them, the fact that I've used the bushier versions of the EVT trees and stuff, see how it breaks up the sight line. See how much bigger of an area it feels like you're in right now. Because you can't just see fucking absolutely everything. All of the, like, whatever buildings and shit are over there. You're not seeing absolutely everything. You get this kind of meandering tree out in the tundra, and it makes the tundra area feel much more grand in scale. Getting fucked up by mud crabs. Is that really a cell, or not a cell, but like a grid line, and on the other side of the grid, no grass is drawn? That's fucking hilarious. What the fuck? Oh, I actually have a, speaking of ninja mud crabs, I actually have a mod that, that will, they will burrow in dirt and sand. And so, they're literal ninja at this point. So, I'm going to take a screenshot right there and kill another mud crab. Because on the next run, I'm going to attempt to, like I said, move to more billboards and see if I can get away with maybe level 2 3D LODs a little closer, or something along those lines, and then work the billboards in. Try to get even more performance out of this, because I feel like most people, if we could get really high quality, good transitional billboards with the density of trees, I think most people would be fine with that. And maybe focus on seeing how dense we can get the grass, because the ground cover is more obvious in many places than if you have like a trillion billboarded trees. Also, I see our animations broke. Still Skyrim at the end of the day. Nothing you can do to fix that animation shit. It's just Skyrim. What's the usual thing next Thursday? Oh, that's Friday. Not Thursday. But yes, we will be doing that. You are correct. So for fun... Okay, so just that change we made this time around, almost... I mean, that was like, cut that down by over... Shit, that's 17 gigs? That's no joke. That's a major savings. So, progress. That being said, let's try that. So what we want to do is we want to go to the Nexus on this. And we want to grab... Oh no, wait, this is a foam on. So I can reinstall this. We'll try performance. Big trees. We'd have odd mold variety. They recommend level 0 billboard 4. Oh, okay, so they recommend what I'm doing in general. This was my idea for all trees. So the lighting is fantastic. Yeah, I've been working away at that E&B, and it's getting better and better. There's still things about the lighting in it that, like, sometimes I'm like, but it's just kind of a visual look. Sometimes I'm not happy with like how bright direct lighting is in the balance in general during bright daytime. Like sometimes I don't like the dynamic range that I have in many of these weathers, but we're working on it. I am confirming it is in fact December 12th. Oh, okay, so it is. Okay, so it is Thursday. Okay, fine. Fine enough. Then yes. Either way, yes, we will be indeed doing the thing. Yeah, 041 seems to be what everyone is kind of hinting at. I'm gonna have to rerun text gen possibly for this. Because we're changing this up. Hold on, is this a faux mod or is this just... No. What's interesting is that this was up until yesterday, and then when I went looking, it was down again. Or down, and now you can't get access to the page. I don't know if that means that they are reworking it, or they just didn't want to keep supporting it, but I'm going to use it for now. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Now we can go. Now we can give her. So. Bum, ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I feel like the... Hmm. Where are our... Just fucking pine trees. Right. So... Hmm. Trying to find, like, the balance... And it's so hard because you, end up in a situation where, you know, you're, trying to match this, but you have an E and B in game. that will change the lighting. I thought the grass seemed okay, generally speaking. Wait, is there no way to see the... Ah. Yeah, I feel like if you did take a little bit off of the... Because these are billboards and shit, so... oftentimes at a distance. And I feel like the grass ends up looking like just blocks on the ground. Um... I wonder if the same could be said about the trees. No, not the dead trees. Although I think these are all, uh, just, yeah. So we'll use this as an example. Yeah, this just feels really bright, but we're gonna smooth everything out a little bit. Um. Before I like do anything crazy with anything else, I think we'll just leave this as it is. Um. All right, let's start that up. Let's get it started. Oh, of course, it didn't take very long. New York City police release unmasked images of CEO shooting suspect. My man's walking around in probably one of the most videotaped, photographed cities on Earth, getting ready to commit a heinous crime. Was smooth enough to be catching the shells coming out of the gun and single loading every fucking round, and then walks around without a mask. What a dumbass. Oh. What are we talking about? Get out of here. What the fuck is Adobe doing? Mmm. Alright, TextGen is half the size it was before. Progress. This fucking guy, the divorced dad's card set. I almost bought some out of a meme, like a couple of packs to open on stream. I almost did, I swear to God. The divorced dad's Age of Alimony expansion is such a fucking banger name. It's ridiculous. The Age of Alimony? Come on. That goes way too hard. Alright, so we're gonna go 0, billboard 4, billboard 1. Is what we're gonna try on this one. 0, 4, 1, 4, 1. Four. Dynamic, all this other stuff's fine. Let's go for 25% density on the grass. Let it begin. Let it begin. I don't even. Do I really still have Zenless Zone Zero installed? What the fuck? It's a shame all these mobile games are so shite. There was something else that was like CPU unintensive that I had installed. We could always do that instead of being a slave to Pokemans. But I don't think I've got anything really. Most games are pretty intensive. Marvel Rivals. Do they have a stream going right now? No. Let me see this. Okay. Actual gameplay, please and thank you. No? Wow, really going out of their way to avoid as much gameplay as possible. Holy shit, that looks like Overwatch. What the fuck? The visuals kind of go hard though. I'm not gonna lie. They didn't completely cheap out on it by the looks of it. Mostly positive. Did the goats meta? No, the goats meta did not manage to make its way into here. No, come on. I don't believe you. No shot. Well, no wonder it's restless. You've been laying on the couch awkward for the last friggin' 8 hours. Oh, true, we could Balatro. I already forget how to play the game, though. So there's that. I can't remember if I had this set to play full screen or not. Oh, right, you can give the CRT monitor effect. Yeah, that's right. Oh, man. Plus one hand, plus one. I don't even. Oh, man, I barely remember, like, the ins and outs. Because we really just, like, no life this shit for a day. Mmm. Oh, right. Okay. I'm beginning to remember. Alright. It's starting to slowly come back. Just for the sake of discovering it. Shit, I'll buy them both just to discover it. He's beginning to believe. That did pass through my mind when I said that. I was like, oh shit, somebody might make the friggin' reference. We can get a couple more hearts, right? Totally. Oh, shit. Another not discovered. Adds 1 stone card to the deck when blind is selected. Played face cards have a 1 in 2 chance of giving you $2 when scored. I gotta go for the business card. I just gotta. All spades are debuffed. Awesome. Balls. Balls. Do we risk it? Hell yeah, we do. Terrible decision. Who was the asshole that suggested? Doing a basic run? I don't even remember what the fuck this game is half the time, other than the fact that it's dope. I just picked a pack, started taking cards that I hadn't discovered yet, just to unlock them. Just full sending it, bud. I don't remember very much in general. Ooh, we'd have to discard one. Oh, dude, TX, I am awful. Alright, what do we get? +5 malt. Lol. Okay. I see we're right on the verge of a straight. Calculated. Oh yeah, Balatro is a dope game, and it's available on the phone and stuff too. So like it's a great game to play just as a time passer because it's just that, it's a game. Like if you were to try to come up with what's the next, and this isn't a slight against this game, I think this is a compliment. If you were to come up with the next great game that should be included with the Microsoft game suite, this would be it. So, you know, you've got Spider, you got Solitaire, you've got, you know, whatever the fuck, and you got Balatro. I think it slots in that kind of a category perfectly. You know what I mean? This is the shit that you'd play at your desk, at work, while you're pretending to work. Oh, 5 cards randomly for $20? Grim Reaper. Oh, stole a king for a 2-piece ace special. See if we can get a king back in here. Nope. I don't even remember what my best run was. Lol. The Mega Celestial! Oh, wait a minute. I'd have to sell one of these, wouldn't I? Get out of here. Level up for... Oh, no, I wouldn't have to sell that, because that's a different thing. I just wasted my money. Oh, my God. Level up 4 of a kind. Level up 2 pair. Level up a straight. Two pair. Where are we at right now? Black Reach. If I wanted to save myself time, I could literally have just selected Tamriel, but I'm definitely not that intelligent. Alright. Next round. An extra large blind. Oh, really? Every time I see cash out, because I've been reading it so often on social media lately, I'm reading crash out. Giant, though, 117 months. Welcome back, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yugi boy. How you doing, Giant? We're waiting for Law Generation to be finished, which takes a while. And so we're playing Balatro in the meanwhile. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do to speed up the process. And so here we are. I need a king replacer. Holy shit, a lucky purple seal? Damn, son. Hope you're enjoying Balatro so far. Yeah, I mean, we no-life Balatro for like an afternoon a while back, and I had a pretty good time with it, but I also got like nearly everything out of it that I wanted to at the time. But this is a really CPU-intensive process, and so I need something that runs very light, and there are very few games that are lighter running than this bad boy. And is also a good game, so I, can't complain. I'm just like slowly, like it's all coming back to me slowly. The ins and outs of how to really navigate the game. What have you been playing lately, Giant? Eh. Ah, still doing the P4. Very nice. I'm pretty shocked how progressive the characters are in this. That's something I've heard people talk about before, and it's kind of true because it is a very Japanese game, but extremely progressive characters. Yeah, because that game, you know, like, it's true. Persona 4 originally came out in, what, 2007, 2008? I think it was 2008? I remember you mentioning how much you enjoyed watching Giant Bomb Crew playing it. It was a long time. It was a long time ago. It was 2008 because it was my the back half of my first year of university, and yeah, I'd get up in the morning and they normally have the video out for the day pretty early on. And so I would start pretty much all of my days watching the endurance run before going to class. And absolutely amazing content. Legendary. Because you have to remember too, like 2008, you know, we're talking about, you know, YouTube barely existing, which is why they did their own content, because they couldn't really host anything on YouTube at that time, like more than 10 minutes of video. So they had to like host all their own video and shit, which was why, you know, Giant Bomb was such a unique place for a long while. And so, like, as far as long form Let's Play video game content was concerned, it was a unique and very interesting experience. You know, Jeff Gerstmann was so anti-anime, just fucking hated it, and Vinny knew that, but convinced him to do this thing, and so they started their days as well with it. Oftentimes, they'd get into the office, which was the basement in oh, where was it? Outside of San Francisco. And, they'd get on the couch that they found basically on the side of the road, that beat up ass couch, and played Persona 4 for a kind of random amount of time. Sometimes you'd get like a 20-minute episode, sometimes it'd be like an hour. But, you know, yeah, and it was interesting too, because that was really the first, year of Giant Bomb was 2008. So, you know, Vinny, you know, a lot of the, you know, Vinny was kind of new-ish to the crew, and so it was kind of cool to see him and Jeff do such a long-term project together. I think their file ended up being 120 hours or something like that, or 116 hours. And then yeah, as the story's been told a million times, after I finished watching it, I was so in love with Persona 4 that I went out and I bought a PS2 Slim, which I still have in my trunk here, and a copy of P4. It was the only game I bought for it. Just P4, PS2 Slim, and then I played it myself. I already knew everything in the game, but I still felt compelled to play it myself. And then I got the perfect ending, and my file was like, I think 120 hours. And it was great. It was like, you know, in university when I was playing it, and the way that the game is structured, it ended up feeling like I was like fucking participating in a slice of life anime on a daily basis, right? You get home from class, do your work. You had like X amount of time to play some games, play Persona 4 for a bit, go to bed. Blue Cross Blue Shield deleted their About Us page for their executive list. They also walked back the whole anesthesia thing too, apparently. All of a sudden, all these CEOs running these fucking scam bullshit insurance companies are feeling a certain way. Huh. Imagine that. The daily structure back then sounds so restrictive, but it sounds so... Yeah, oh, well, I mean, like, I do miss to some degree, and it's funny because there's nothing really stopping me from, or anyone from going back to it. You know, if you show a little restraint. But, having to wait for shows to come out, things like that, you know, it did add to the experience. Being able to just binge watch shit, I think kind of, I don't know, it takes a little something away from it. I think some of it is that when it's not weekly or on a set time release, it does remove a bit of the shared experience that a group of people would have. So if you're like your friends are watching a show or whatnot, and it comes on the same time every week or whatever, and everyone watches it, and then you're talking about that episode. Well, now when it's like, you know, show comes out, some people have time to binge watch the whole fucking season, some don't. People are all over the map. There's nothing to talk about Like, the discussion happens as fast as the show is watchable in that binge run. But yeah, it was definitely, you know, 2007, 2008. Probably 2007 through 2012. The last really great years in general, you know, not feeling like I'm chronically online. And I don't even mean from the sense of like having a job, but you know, the advent of Internet 2.0, social media, you know, that whole thing. Yeah, it's true, Sherlock. Even on an individual level, you know, you get time to digest things. And it's funny too, like have you ever gone back and have you ever gone back and tried to watch or binge watch older shows that came before the true Netflix era? Because they were not at all made to be watched like that, and it becomes like super obvious when you watch older shows that way. They just weren't ever meant for it. Watch Severance? Oh, is that Ben Stiller's new gig? Season 2 coming out soon. A show for that show. What is it on? What platform is it on to watch? Ironically, for some reason, I got Knight Rider clips recommended to me on YouTube feed and been watching a lot of them. Really? That's random as shit. Oh, Apple TV Plus. Oh god, I can't add another subscription in my life, bro. Ay caramba. Ay caramba. Get rid of Spotify? I already did. I'm on YouTube Premium. Because I use YouTube literally non-stop. M watches almost exclusively anime on Netflix and Crunchyroll. And so like I got rid of Disney Plus too. I've got Amazon Prime because I have Amazon Prime, so I have Prime Video. But, yeah. I don't think so, Sherlock. She's watched a couple of random ones, but typically she's dialed in. She loves her One Piece, man. She just swimming in One Piece content. I like every once in a while I'm sitting down here and I just hear Brooks laugh in the background. Oh, that fucking laugh. For fuck's sakes. Oh, there's a new Gundam on the way, is there? Wait, discard 2 random cards per hand played? Yikes. gonna make me lose a multiplier every time. Oh, that's awful. Yikes. We don't have a 4. We don't have enough clubs either. Rip. Oh, we somehow kept the ace. Where are we at now? Oh, we're in Tamriel now, boys. That means we're coming up to the end of it. Okay, well, I mean, with our new settings, we've got this down to what might wash out to be an hour, which is impressive because our first run was like over 3 hours long. I shit you not, Mobile Gundam, GQ. Okay, it's not that many U's in an X. Come on, bruh. Come on, don't yank my chain. Oh my god, this is a horrible fucking thing to happen. Oh wait, no, we've got the thing where both of them count as suits, don't we? Right? Yes, we do. Yes, sir! Flushes for days. Okay, so 6 U's and an X. Why? What is this? 7F12U? Is this... Are we going back to 2007? We're doing Rage Comics in Mobile Suit Gundam? It might have something to do with the massive amount of drugs that Anno does and did. No shit! And nobody checked them on that, like, hey, so... You know, 6 seems excessive. Like, how about 5 or 1? Maybe we could dial that back. Would you question Miyazaki if you walked in and said it must be 6 U's? Honestly, yes. If I'm being honest, yes. I mean, 6 U's and an X. I'm just thinking, like, what does the cover for this thing look like? I'm just... what is... How do you even... I might have to question it a bit. Man, we're down bad. It does look like a randomly generated link. It's friggin' crazy. Yeah, again, we're right on the edge of these straits. Posted the logo text in public. Alright, let me see. Bro. Bruh. Why? Now, I mean, it makes me wonder if they're ever gonna, like, come up with a, like, in-canon reason for that. Oh shit, we're done. So 54 minutes. The mysterious mobile suit? That's the actual name of one of the suits. Oh boy. Oh boy! The Ancient Joker. Oh wait, did I just like not even think for a second about the fact that I'm not going to have enough money for that? No, I didn't, because I'm a absolute tool bag. Whatever. Send it. Oh shit. Diamonds are hearts, hearts are diamonds. Oh no, what a counter. Okay. Fuck, how in the hell am I gonna do 22,000? Oh my god, we're so fucked. Oh. Oh my. Oh, we are super fucked. Oh. Ah, end of the line, boys. End of the line. Oh. Rip. Terrible run. Terrible. Terrible. Alright, well, hey, we can at least see how this turned out. Oh my god, Dreka, you weren't here for the hour we were generating Dynalot and playing Balatro? Dude, you are down bad beyond belief. Sherlock! True. Alright, 13 gigs now. Our first run was 50 gigs. Then it was down to 33. Now we're down to 13. One of my favorite things about Elon Musk on his own platform that he, bought and now does whatever the fuck he wants with, of course, is that there's an account called Elon Facts and he just retweets it constantly. It's fucking so funny. Nothing about that seems weird to him. Like him buying the platform, having some account like farming ad revenue called Elon Facts, and then just retweeting them all the time. Does that like not come across like even remotely odd to him at all? Maybe just even a little bit. This 1400 mod spectacular 13. Jesus Lord, no. More like fucking 300 gigs. No, this is 13 gigs is the LOD files, like the level of detail files for objects, trees, grass, things like that. No, we're not. No, 13 the Skyrim's base game is more than 13 gigs. We try our best, but elasticity means we're always fighting uphill battles. Oh my god. There's some elasticity in that fucking Gundam game, I can tell you that much. Because it's sure as fuck a stretch. Alright, let's try loading her again, see what happens. Alright. We are back up in the 50s in the frame rates. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not seeing a still no 60 deploy the frame gen. I'm still not seeing like an enormous difference with those trees back there. I'll take a screenshot and we'll be able to compare those on the desktop. But not seeing a huge difference. What I'm more interested in is how our frame rate holds up in general, and then how the transitions on many trees hold up as well, because we've gone to we severely cut back how much grass is being used in distant lands, and we've changed LODs beyond the first step, the closest to us are all billboards. Just billboard 4, which is a higher quality Dynalod billboard, and then billboard 1 for even further than that. So we're sitting around 40, 45. Around 50. Some of this too could be modified by, if I understand it correctly, that's... Oh, this is a known thing, the floating beehives. Happy little trees, floating beehives. Known issue. Is that we might be able to change the what's considered far grid and near grid. And I think what that would do would allow us the ability to load the lower quality billboards closer. Like if you push them too far out, it's great, but like it's kind of a waste. You could maybe save some extra performance. But I mean, as far as like 3D LODs and billboards are concerned, I mean, this looks great. And in the grand scheme of things, I don't know how much of a difference I could actually fucking point out to somebody. And you can see from here, so off in the distance, we're still getting grass, but it's obviously substantially reduced amounts of grass. But at least it's not completely devoid of all grass. If I walk slow, can we see the grass, like where the grass loading in starts? Sort of. But it's kind of seamless enough that I don't think it would be that... I don't think it's jarring, really. You see a little bit of pop in there. Seeing a little flickering in this bent pine. I think it's because it's technically still a LOD. $60 FPS over here. There you go. Wait, what? Oh.
Give me your stuff, or I'll roast you. Dare? You don't try to mock a powerful wizard.
I don't see a powerful wizard around here. You roasted him too?
I am the powerful wizard. You blind, ignorant buffoon. I am not a thief. I mean, I am not just a thief.
Oh, are you sure?
I mean, you seem to be carrying a lot of stuff for a miserable nut.
Bye-bye.
I did not actually just talk my way out of that. That would be fucking hysterical if that's the case. Dude, look how sick that looks, though. What? Having LODs makes... actually rendering in finally makes such a fucking difference. It's crazy. Yeah, shit. Not horrible VRAM usage either. I think a lot of the frame rate now at this point is likely just draw calls. Generally speaking. And then the E and B. Now, draw call's not high. So it's predominantly E and B because of how much shadows it's having to draw. Yeah, like we get 60 FPS down here. Ah, pure, beautiful 60 FPS. So when you include E and B, yeah, what you have to like kind of keep in mind is you're going to be up shit's creek a bit because when you're adding LODs like this, the E and B is applying lighting and shadow to everything, and that's a very intensive process. That's plenty of grass. At this distance. Like, way out, you can see you're not getting that much grass being drawn in, but I mean, this is like, that's plenty of fucking grass. Alright, so let's go down here and see how those billboards and stuff hold up as they get drawn in. So, we're really looking just middle of the screen. Not these ones to my right, per se. But we can also keep an eye on stuff as it gets closer to the side. But interested in what the transitions are like on these billboards. Because it should go from billboard 1 to 4... Okay, there's billboard. That's probably... Okay, so this one on the left is probably billboard 4. It might have even gone to LOD 0, which becomes an object. But the transition's still going to be a bit... It's a lot of leaves, so the transition's still likely to be a bit... Wow, wackadoodle. If I can fucking move over here. Is there one more step, or are we just loaded in now? Yeah, no, the transition on that's not bad. I don't think... The only way to really get minimal, obvious, not pop-in, but like the change between LOD levels, is to use pure 3D LODs, which is possible if you used way fewer trees than we're using. And you would want to use one tree type. That have perfectly made LODs, 3D LODs, which there are a couple. Happy Little Trees is one. So if you did all Happy Little Trees, you could maybe get away with it. But if you want to get like actual variety, I think Nature of the Wildlands is the only one that has enough tree variety on its own and 3D LODs made. If memory serves. Why sleep? Do amphetamines? Oh, I'll be going to bed here shortly. About 10 minutes or so. I'm just going to take the opportunity to run around and see how everything is. I think I'm perfectly okay with how this is for now. I might be tempted to see if reducing the grass LODs any further garners us some more. But I think when it comes to this, we're we're coming up against the edges of what we can actually expect from a performance perspective, because we are all 4K, like, crazy over-the-top shit, and now we're adding all of these object LODs on top of that. Maybe next time we're on and Nichols is around, we can talk to him about whether or not there's some other ways of improving upon perhaps how we're tackling grass. Because that grass out there is still super dense. I mean, we're at 25%. It's possible that I could drop it, as was mentioned earlier, by the other Adam, to 10% and get away with it with grass hashing. It could be possible. We go over here. So, grass gets drawn far enough out, in general, that you can see if you look way over to the left-hand side of the bent pine down over here in the middle of the screen now. You can see the grass billboards, the grass billboards on the ground, and they're fucking tiny and weird looking, which is why I was messing with the alpha on them to try to, like, make them a bit more translucent, because if they're really, really stark, if you're seeing too much of the normal map, it looks really weird. Grass cash or ass, nobody renders for free. I feel like I made a similar joke, or it's been 3 months. It's possible. You could be, you know, full circle. It's possible. Also, I'm not 100% sure if did this guy really just take a swing at this thing and miss somehow. What do you do, bro? Nobody. It is a harmless animal. Oh, it's a bandit. Bandits just being assholes. Am I right?
Time to finish this. I'll show you what a real orc can do.
There's your screenshot. There's a decent screenshot for you. Yeah. Floating 40 FPS is just annoying enough to me. Okay, it does look good, Twitch stream quality aside. I will say, seeing it not in Twitch stream quality, it is, this still looks like Skyrim. Like, you know what I mean, but it doesn't look like Skyrim. Did we get back up to 60 FPS in Riften? Wait, hold on. More health insurance CEO Hitman lore has been released. The words deny, defend, and depose were carved into the shell casings, which are the reference in reference to the tactics that are used by insurance companies in America to try to get out of paying for people's health care. My man was on a mission. That was like, oh, is the shell casings information old news?
Hey, you, get over here. I want to talk to you.
I really need to figure out that skeleton growing thing. I'm afraid so. I've fallen off. I'm not chronically online enough anymore, boys. I missed the wagon. Yeah, just about that time, isn't it, boys? Snap. Oh, there's a lot of hitching in here. This is a lot of the game trying to clear the VRAM out because there's so much of it. Oh. My lord. Shockingly reasonable frame rates in through here. 50s, high 50s. Until it, like, has to load shit in. Alright, so this is what I was really interested in, is how the Aspen billboards are handled. Because we're on performance with them now. But you almost gotta if you're gonna hold any friggin' real frame rate. What do they look, what do the far ones look like? Oh, those ones out there look fine. I think we nailed the light level this time. Like when we reset the light level, I think we nailed the light level on those LODs now. They look like they blend in much better. Now, the transitions will be more obvious on these because we've moved away from the high quality and we're into performance. The question is just how obvious are they? Because the upshot here is we're losing, like, at most 2 to 3 frames per second from our baseline through here, and a lot of that is probably just the grass, not the trees. But if it's really bad, in an annoying way, then I could always attempt to go back to quality and then see if that's any better. But the performance one is built for billboarding, so I don't know how much better it would really get. Like, you'll see that one, that transition. It looks like it's for a much bigger tree, right? So I don't know if there's, I can look in the Dynalog log too and see if there's maybe like mismatched meshes, things of that nature. Okay. So, I think this passes the test pretty well. The fuck is Fox doing in my game? Jesus Christ.
Now come along quietly, and we won't have Brother, I am just telling the truth.
I'm not going anywhere. Now back off before I do something drastic.
She doesn't have the scar.
Yeah.
What? Oh.
Fine enough.
We've made a mistake.
40 FPS is pretty good. Kind of hard to argue. 40 to 55 with all of this on, like, just the sheer amount of shit on screen. That's a lot. What the fuck? This is hideous. Time to start over. Yeah, I think we gotta throw it all out. I think it's time to throw it out. Yeah, like, the Aspen billboards are always gonna look a little jank, but I don't think that's the fucking worst thing in the world, like, what we're looking at. That's not really fucking awful. I mean, really, if I'm thinking when we were here with the 3D LODs, I can't, like, the 3D LODs were not, like, so demonstrably improved over this that I could, you know, given we had literally 18 frames per second here. And now we're up in the 50 range to 60. I just, like, it's just not worth that performance hit. That's a crazy jump in frame rate for very little visual change up. We're definitely hitting, like, a lot of the hitching that you're seeing is even my computer hitting VRAM walls. Well, the game's allocated VRAM hitting VRAM walls. Yeah, you feel like you're in the actual woods now. You know what I'm saying, Vern? Alright, where else do I need to make a quick check to see? Need to go to a couple places. Excuse me. This weather has not been edited? Nope. Nope. No, it has not. We'll leave it on sunny for now while we go for a stroll. We just cannot hit 60. Water seam, unacceptable. I'm trying to think of how we can get, if we do want to get frame rate back in, how to accomplish that. I don't know how much of that is likely going to be solved with VRAM. We could claw back some frames with VRAM. We might be able to get more aggressive with the SSE frame rate tweak as well. Yeah, I mean, we've got hybrid LODs, which means we have 3D LODs in the most close LOD range, and then everything else is billboard 4-in-1, and to be honest with you, I can't really tell a difference between this and all 3D LODs. I think we nailed the lighting on the LODs, though. Like, they're perfect. Like, crushed that shit. Here, I will risk an alt tab for you guys. There's those, and then I wanted to look at this and this. Let me look at these here. What magical screen did Windows put that on? Very nice. Very nice. Great. Okay, so I'm going to put these in Discord so you guys can get an idea of what it looks like within reason. Not in Twitch quality. And then I'm going to look at these. Well, no wonder I can barely fucking see a difference. Even A/B testing this shit. Like the absolute farthest LOD, so like this here, which is kind of obfuscated by moving clouds, so it's not a perfect comparison anyway, is... And then everything else is like... I can see the reduction in grass. Like there's a missing, we don't get the shrub here. And a couple of like... That's a what? Yeah, like this shrub is here. I mean, what the fuck? So that, just to put that in perspective again, that difference is like 30 frames per second. Not worth. Just not worth. So far, I'd say we're getting about the same frame rate through here as we did before. Oh, a little bit lower here. A shrub isn't worth 30 frames. I don't know. As nice as the shrub might be. Alright, we definitely dropped a bit. Oh no, it was just loading stuff in. But we've definitely do lose a little bit down here. Not much, but a little bit. Okay, so this is a good example. Alright, yeah, you would have definitely saw those load in way in the back. So this is, those all the way the fuck across are billboard 4 now, instead of billboard 1, which they were before, which are very low, low poly. And then they load into that now. And those are plenty high enough detail way the fuck. I'm on a 65-inch TV. If you were playing this on a monitor, I mean, Jesus. Whew. 37. Alright, so we did lose a lot of frames in through here. Low polyamorous. So we lost like a good 7 frames through here. It's a VRAM problem for sure. Sudden 60 FPS. Not looking directly into the forest. But I think this area is a great usage case for the SSE frame rate tool. Because in an area like this, you could pretty heavily reduce the amount of or the distance of drawing objects or anything. Because the it's such a dense area that you can't see very far anyway. So you're not really benefiting dramatically from drawing too much stuff beyond. What I might do before I go to bed is run Parallaxer against my load order. And just, even though Parallaxer breaks a couple of, like, it breaks some textures, just to see what reducing the VRAM amount accomplishes from a frame rate perspective. Because it will give us a good idea as to what might be possible. All these water seams in this area are bad, and I don't understand why they're this bad. But there's like one there, one down here. There's like 5 fucking seams in this area. But, yeah, it would give us a good idea, because if it's like a massive difference, like if I bring everything down to like 2K textures instead of 4K, on average, some stuff will still have to stay 4K because of the size of the textures. If it's like a big boost, then it might be worth going through the list and you know, installing the 2K versions of the textures to try to claw that performance back. because if there's one thing I think I've convinced myself of, is that I think it's worth trying to... I think it's worth trying to... get this whole load order to work with this general visual goal in mind, this many trees. It just does so much for the game. And it, like, it's a lot of trees, but it doesn't feel like too much. Like, they're off the road. You don't feel like you're... It's not claustrophobic feeling unless you're, like, really getting out into some of the thickest parts of the woods. I think it's I think it's worth attempting. I gotta look and see if there's something... I know there is something about LOD transition flicker, for sure. I mentioned it earlier tonight. I'm gonna take a look and see, because if we get rid of that, it will take some of the sting out of the awkward transitions. You know what's so funny? Not once since we started doing Dynalod did we go to Morthal to see if it fixed the issue that we started this whole thing for in the first place. That's hilarious. We should do that. Yeah, okay. So, looking at this image, if you just look out there and you're seeing all those trees, most, like, a lot of those are billboards, and I don't think there's a problem with any of that. That... looks fine to me. Wait, am I seeing parts of Markarth over there? Oh shit, the world map's still fucked. How do I get flat map to work with Dynalod? I have to look into that. No, Markarth's over here. I have no idea what I'm looking at over there. I can see it from a million miles away, though. Goddamn. Okay. Brush your teeth now, babe. We'll be done here in a sec.
What's the Jarl going to do about it? How are we supposed to feel safe in our own homes?
Please, enough already. I have told Ygritte of your concern. Look after you all. Please, go about your business.
Upshot to Morthal, most of the trees are not nearly as full. Although I don't think that's going to help us that much. The swamp is always a low frame rate zone. Around 50. Okay, it does seem to have fixed our weird billboards being loaded in issue. Thank God. Would have been real awkward if it didn't. Yeah, so most of our loss in frame rate is not really a LOD situation at this point, or even necessarily a VRAM deal. It's basically E and B. Like, look at we are pegged at 60 FPS. No issues. Oh, loaded something in there for a second. But yeah, that is how intensive E and B is. Which is crazy, no? Like how fucking insano is that shit? Right? And your big ones, of course, are, ambient occlusion, which is like 6 frames on its own. Couple frames from the post-pass processing shader. Okay, my bloom is like almost nothing, and I'm somehow getting like a frame or two out of that. I'm just gonna turn bloom off. That's if that is how absolutely minimal we're talking for and that there's any impact at all, we're just turning it off. Uh... So there's obviously still reflections. They're just only right up on the water. And not quite as aggressive. Alright, good night, Sherlocks. The problem with some of the E&B's reflections is that if you really look at this, they don't make a lot of sense sometimes. Like, this here is reflecting this tree way the shit over here. But it looks like all of them are the same size as this one, basically, within reason. And that's from a tree right next to it. It just draws a bit weird. Next up is learning Unreal Engine. Oh my lord. You don't think so, Tim? I don't think so, Tim. Yeah, I'll be up in a second, babe. Just brush your teeth now. So what's okay? This is all fixed. Fine enough. What's the last? Any of the other things I needed to check?
To the inn for a drink. Where else could I even go in this god's-forsaken town?
Now what?
I haven't used much as lift a finger with the intent.
Okay, we're still seeing our ships out there. Everything is rendering well down below. Our snow and ice shader, or snow and ice textures at Laud are still matching. Our happy little trees, Lauds, look pretty decent, honestly. How well do they match when we start walking towards them? Are they reasonable? They're not terrible. Okay. 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 The frame rate's always going to be great out here because there's no grass. Enjoy blistering 60 FPS thanks to no grass to worry about. He said, nah, fam, I'm good. See how the trees fare. It's really not that bad of a transition. Which, you know, should be, given that these are hand-modeled specifically for Happy Little Trees, trees. Yeah, not a bad view, eh? I'll put that in Discord for you. You can see what it looks like, not on Twitch. This is all working splendidly. So we know the aspens are okay. Happy Little Trees is okay. Ulvenwald stuff seems to be not too bad, which is impressive given those LODs aren't really actually finalized, and they even took down the page on the Nexus. But we got 'em! We snagged them. You can see just how much of a burden the grass is with the difference in frame rate. So a lot of those trees down there, the really skinny ones, are Ulvenwald trees. The huge ones are Happy Little Trees. But the skinnier ones there are Ulvenwald. So we're gonna hop down here. And, see how they do when we start moving towards them. Okay, so they loaded in already the next phase. That was a perfectly reasonable transition. Didn't see anything stand out crazy. They might have transitioned better than any other friggin' tree. They did well. Makes you wonder why they took the file down. A little weird. They, handled them pretty decently. Ah, now we can experience our capital Windhelm in all of its distant laud glory. So now we can see all of Windhelm over there, we can see all the boats, we can see the bridge. Let me, light that shit up for you. Alright, so we're in and around 50. It'll probably drop more when we get closer over here to the rest of the town loading in, because there's going to be a lot of draw calls over here. Oh, it's nice to have LODs now, though. Look at that. We can actually see everything. That's dope. All of our hard work at the Windhelm docks. Well, putting some mods together. Oh, I see this is still happening. Let me help you out here. You're welcome. Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think the frame rate's really a hell of a lot worse than it was before. It's probably because there's not that much grass over here. Would be the majority of the reason. Grass is the devil. Obviously. Awesome. So that's winter. We've seen the aspens. We've seen, outside of Whiterun in the Whiterun hold. Yeah, Winterhold's in good shape. Windhelm is in good shape. That fog will be handled at some point. I do have ideas as to how we can try to mask how bad that is. I am perfectly happy with the quality of the transitions the majority of the time. I love how dense the forest and stuff is. Windhelm, I think I have a file that's a LOD file for Windhelm that I probably need to get rid of and let TextGen actually generate based on our own shit, but we'll see. There's also a whole bunch of stuff in Dynalod that was like meshes missing or not properly flagged and whatnot, and that's a common problem with a lot of mods. They're not actually set up properly to have Dynalod read them, and so you'll never have proper LODs for them. They will revert to like some form of vanilla. That's just kind of the way it is. Great. I don't think there's anything. Well, let's end it with this. Let's end it with High Hrothgar. And then, that will be all for today. Well, that's a bit of a precarious... Not exactly where I would have envisioned the game sending us, but okay. Sure. Yes. The water is just losing its shit down there. That's interesting. I don't think it was like that before. Oh god. Oh no. Oh. Oh dear. No, we're here now. I'm sure there's something that you could maybe do about that, but really, what the fuck are you... Why? Yeah. That's a bunch of wins today. That's a bunch of wins as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to... I wonder if you can ski in this game. 1080 mod? Oh, shit. You could probably figure it out. Oh, god, that horizon is... something. Yeah, that's it for today, guys. Thanks for hanging out, keeping me company. I'm gonna call that a very successful day. I think we've learned a lot, about Dyndalot in general and the direction that we can go with it to, keep our performance up. I'm really quite pleased with our performance, given we have very little going on in the way of optimization. And it'll be interesting to see if we can claw back some more performance. I don't think 60 FPS locked is in the cards without heavy modifications, but I certainly think that we can probably get close. And for anyone playing at 1440p or something, you're going to be likely able to dial it in pretty good to 60 FPS. Yeah, if you're interested in seeing what the game looks like off stream, I did post a couple of pictures in public general on the Discord. I'll post one or two more if I've got them in the folder there. And yeah, so the next part of the project, I think, like I said, I'm gonna see if I can maybe run VRAM against my load order just to see what that might do for the frame rate. Even though it's not perfect, it would just give me an idea of what a better optimized texture set would be. And go from there. Yeah. Until I see ya, do me a favor. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening. Stay safe, have a good one. As always, good luck. Have lauds.